what you say. There doesn't seem to be anybody else who agrees with me. Do you believe what you say? Motionlessly, nothing is real. Wasting my time in the waiting line. Do you believe in what you see? 9 to 5, living life every day, stealing time. Everyone's taking everything they can, everything they can. Everyone's taking everything they can, everything they can. Do you believe what you feel? There doesn't seem to be anybody else who agrees with me. Do you believe what you see? Motionless wheel, nothing is real. Wasting my time in the waiting line. Do you believe in what you see? And I'll shout, I'll scream, but I'd rather not be seen. And I'll hide away for another day. Do you believe what you see? Motionless wheel, nothing is real. Wasting my time in the waiting line. Do you believe in what you see? Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's saying different things to me, different things to me. Everyone's taking everything they can, everything they can. Everyone's taking everything they can, everything they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Israeli Innovation Showcase, Brian Abrahams.
Thank you. Thank you. I know what you're thinking. This is a big night, right? Everybody's really excited. All of policy coverage, you've been waiting for one special thing tonight. the third installment of the Israel Innovation Showcase. All right, I like it. We've got a great one for you to close out. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem are Israel's two biggest high-tech hubs. But tonight, we bring you a husband and wife team from a town not normally thought of as a hotbed of technology, Nazareth. Please welcome to the stage Reem and Emad Yunus.
Hey, Brian.
Welcome to the Policy Conference.
Thank you.
I'll bet we could fit a good chunk of Nazareth just in this hall.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's start first. How did the two of you meet?
Well, we met at the Technion. I was studying civil engineering. I met Emad. Emad was studying electrical engineering. We fell in love, and since then we had a very huge experience.
Very nice. You fell in love. We should get the kiss cam on the two of you. So, Emad, you're entrepreneurs together. Tell me, how did Alpha Omega start?
Well, this is a long story.
All right, we've got all night. Start at the beginning when you were a forceps baby. Give me the whole story.
Back in the '83, I finished my studies in the Technion as an electrical engineer. And at that time, it was very hard for me to find a job, as most of the high-tech industry was related to the military industry and the defense industry. So after something like 6-7 months of real looking for a job, I found at the end a work at the Technion, where I studied in the medical school. And there I got all my experience in electrophysiology, neuroscience, working with all kinds of scientists. After a while, I worked in a medical device company where I got more experience with commercial entities. And Reem and I decided that we want to start our own company because we live in the high-tech country with so many high-tech industry in Israel, but not in the Arab community. And our decision was to start high-tech in the Arab community. And this is what we started as a company.
Very nice. So you went and got venture seed capital?
Well, yeah, we had to use cards. We had to sell one. And when Emad's father was desperate and he thought that we're not changing our mind, so he gave us like 4 gold coins like those. And this was our VC.
So that was your seed capital. Okay, so what did you go into business doing?
We are involved in recording the neural tissue and stimulating the neural tissue. So we are involved in a therapy called deep brain stimulation. In short, it's called DBS. So in DBS, this is a therapy in which we deal with patients who have neurological disorders.
Okay.
It's an electrode that we implant in the brain, and this electrode gives electrical pulses in a way that it deals with different symptoms of the disorder.
All right, we have to go slow here because this actually is brain surgery.
Absolutely.
So you brought us some of your probes here. So these are the actual probes designed by your company that get inserted into the brain. Can you hold one up for me?
Yeah, well, these are the electrodes. If you look at the tip of the electrodes, through this tip, we do the recording of the neural activity of the brain.
And it's the very tip there that is actually taking the measurements?
Yeah, I mean, it's too thin. It's thinner than a human hair. It's like less than 50 microns thin. So we do record the neural activity from these electrodes and through to the machine.
Okay, so you're inserting these probes into the brain, and what is the neurosurgeon seeking to learn from those?
So what we do in the operation, we help the surgeon to identify the target in which he needs to do the implantation of this electrode that will give this electrical pulses. It's very important to be very accurate so that the patient, for example, let's say the patient could be a Parkinsonian patient, a patient with Parkinson's. So we need to be at the very exact point, at the very exact target, in a way that we get the best symptom relief and have no side effects for the patient.
So they're doing a surgery where the tissue they are operating on, it's not like a tumor or dead tissue. They actually, there's no visual indicator. So how do your probes explain to the surgeon where to go?
I mean, you can imagine as if you're going into Europe blindfolded, you don't see anything. So you enter from the sea, you start hearing Spanish, so you know you're in Spain. You continue, you start hearing French, so you know you're in France, till you start hearing German, and you know you are in Germany. So basically, this is the way that we lead the neurosurgeon inside the brain, by hearing the neural activity.
So different parts of the brain, different structures give off different signals.
Exactly.
And then you process that all through this is your main machine, the Neuro Omega.
Yes.
Tell us what we're seeing here on the screen.
So actually, this is an actual operation. These signals...
This is a recording of an actual operation your probes are used.
From a brain of a patient. So here we are looking at 2 channels from 2 electrodes. So this is the raw signal that a physician, the neurosurgeon, sees. What we are trying to do, or what we did, is we want to automate this process. So instead of for a physician to interpret the signal, we give him we do all kinds of algorithms to simplify and to allow visualization for the physician to see where is the best target to implant. So we produce these maps in which at the end we show the electrode here.
So on the left there, that's the actual depth the probes are going into the brain.
Exactly, and these colors tell him where is the best location to implant these electrodes in a way that he can predict the outcome of the patient after the operation.
So give me, tell me, you mentioned earlier, what are some of the kinds of symptoms, syndromes that are treated with this deep brain stimulation?
So deep brain stimulation today treats Parkinson's disease, essential tremor, dystonia. And there are lots of clinical trials going on in America and in Europe and in other places in the world for different indications like depression, OCD, Alzheimer, and many, many other mental and neurological disorders.
So because you're working with research centers, you're also getting very cutting-edge new research for your company to use.
Absolutely. I mean, our company has been working very closely with scientists in Israel and outside Israel, and this is how we came up, to this very cutting-edge technology. We work very closely, especially with a professor from the Hebrew University. His name is Haggai Bergman, which we have been working with him since the beginning almost.
Can you tell me a story about a particular patient that was helped through the use of your probes?
Yeah, well, there was a video about 1 year ago. There was a pianist that she had Parkinson and she couldn't play the piano anymore. And when they operated her in Echilov in Tel Aviv, so the neurosurgeon got the keyboard inside the operation, and while he was operating on her, she was playing the piano.
Wow. And where in America are your systems being used?
Our systems are used in something like 100 institutions and more in the US. All the big university hospitals are using our equipment, like Mass General, like JHU, Johns Hopkins, Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, and UCSF, UCLA, and you name it.
Wow. And what % of the market are you in the US for this kind of work?
We are about 40%,
40%?
of the market in the USA.
So Reem, let me ask you, marriage is difficult enough and business partnership is difficult. How do you manage to combine both of those?
Oh, it's love, I guess. So, I mean, we do nurture our love. We work together, but our offices are far away from each other. Lots of email, less meetings.
You sometimes email at the dinner table about work?
Yeah, we have board meetings on the table. But I think what holds us together is the mission that both Imad and me want to give a better place for our children.
And Imad, your company, you were the first high-tech company in Nazareth, but there's other companies now.
Yes.
In fact, Microsoft just announced a research
Absolutely.
center.
Yes.
So your headquarters in Nazareth, is your entire workforce Israeli Arabs?
Oh no, I mean we have employees from the diversity of Israel, I would say. So we have Jewish executives and engineers and employees, Arab, Druze, we have Muslims, we have Christians, we have Bedouin. So we have like the whole rainbow. And we are very proud about this. Like we're very proud that we are bringing, helping people with mental disorders to come back to society. And we are as proud by bringing people together, bringing people from different backgrounds, people that usually maybe sometimes fight in the streets, but in Alpha Omega, they work together for the same goal. And I think this can be done, not just in Alpha Omega, but in Nazareth and in Israel, and I think in the Middle East.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reem and Imad Yunus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winners of the 2016 Duke Rudman Award, AIPAC's Top Campus of the Year, the University of Michigan.
As any activist on campus or in any community can tell you, the work we do takes a team, a group of people just as passionate about this cause as we are. For us, that means an amazing Hillel director in Tilly Shemes. And our Jewish Agency for Israel fellow, Liraz Cohen. Getting to do this work is incredibly rewarding, but sometimes it can feel like we live on a pro-Israel island. But then we come here. When we stand here, we remember that we are not alone, and we are reminded that when we gather, the entire world watches. That is why we are asking you to commit to being here next year. Register today. Promise that when a different group of students stand on this stage next year, that you will be here to applaud them. Thank you, and see you next year.
In the world today, there are 4.6 million Syrian refugees, along with millions of others fleeing their homes in the war-torn Middle East. Their worlds have turned upside down. The people they trusted most committed unspeakable atrocities against them. And the people they trusted the least, we protect them, feed them, clothe them, and comfort them. We are Israelis, Arabs and Jews, working together to help the people of Syria and others trying to escape the chaos of what used to be their countries. As Israelis, we draw on our own history of tragedy and triumph to help the biggest wave of displaced persons in Europe since our grandparents searched the earth for refuge. We work with more than 300 staff and volunteers in 19 countries around the world as part of our nation's largest humanitarian volunteer organization, Israel.
On the beautiful Greek island of Lesbos, I stand watch with my team, Arab and Jewish medical professionals. We gaze out at the sea, scanning the surface for any sign, waiting. Then it appears, an orange dot on the blue water. Eventually, the dot gets closer, and we see the orange life vests. They arrive almost daily from Turkey, where smugglers make them pay between $1,000 and $3,000 a person for a place on a raft that can take them to Greece, to Europe, to what they pray will be safety. The boats are designed to hold no more than 20 people. Instead, as many as 80 are crammed together. Sometimes, thousands of people arrive in just one day. We go toward the raft, helping people to dry land. At first, it is chaos. Many of the people cannot swim, and they are terrified of the water. We bring them onto shore, and one of my Arabic-speaking colleagues will ask, "Min bidu doktor?" Who needs a doctor? As Israelis, we have a big advantage since Arab members of our community can speak to the refugees in their own language. We begin to do a triage. Our patients include newborns to very elderly. Our team helped with the delivery of 4 babies this year. Ahmed, Hassan, Samar, and Ramadan, named for his young cousin who drowned in the Aegean Sea just 3 days earlier. Technically, Israel is at war with Syria, but none of that matters on the beach.
I share my time among 4 other countries and regions where we work to help the refugees. In Jordan, where the 4th largest city is a Syrian refugee camp, I work with our team to distribute blankets, clothing, and food. I listen to their stories to document what has happened. In northern Iraq, I tend to the Yazidi population, a unique minority group of non-Muslims selected by ISIS for a special brand of brutality. What they have endured, nobody should know. What they have witnessed can never be unseen. Most in the camp are children who do not know what happened to their parents or siblings. Or worse even, they know exactly what happened to them. The most depressing thing about being in a displaced person's camp is the curse of being in limbo. Why invest in the place where you are today? You won't be there forever, or so you hope. And so everyone, especially the children, become idle. Our team of educators and psychologists design a special curriculum to engage the children and keep their minds active. We use art therapy so they can draw or paint what their minds cannot forget. In Croatia, we help them along their journey, handing out food and water. And in Germany, in partnership with the country's Jewish community and government, we help the refugees cope with the effects of trauma. Few people ask who I am or why I am here, but I know. I know that as an Israeli, it is my responsibility to do my part when and where I can.
To offer healing and hope in the face of despair and devastation.
To show humanity to my fellow men. Thank you.
It's a gift for me to paint someone's portrait. It's truly a gift. It's all about a relationship. When I talk about AIPAC and Israel, it's sort of like when you paint a person. You never judge them. You celebrate who they are and you meet them where they're at. We have to communicate our message, and our message is about a strong America is a strong Israel. Thanks so much, Ellen. I'm looking forward to seeing you. So it's absolutely about relationship building. I come from this big Italian Jewish family. I am one of 6 siblings. You know, 4 girls all sharing the same bathroom that had 2 sinks and makeup everywhere and a big, as they say in Hebrew, a big balagan, a big mess. My mother passed away. I was 16, just turning 17. I marched into my guidance counselor's office and I said, I want to go to Israel because of my mother's love for Israel, her visiting there before she passed on. There was a high school in Israel program and it changed my world. When you go visit Israel, you see all these religions practicing together in Jerusalem. You see a place of freedom. You really do. You see a place where people debate. You see a place where people stand up when they think something is wrong. And that's why I support Israel. My stepson Eyal was living in Israel. It was during the Second Intifada, and he was actually a company commander. I was folding laundry, and on the TV, I saw an Egged bus that was all burned out. And I get a phone call. And it's Eyal on the phone. He was in the center. To the left and to the right of him, the people were incinerated. His leg got ripped open. They took 2 jars of shrapnel out of his body. This started months of rehabilitation. I remember being with him at night to watch him heal, to watch him really work hard. But the reality of living in Israel was just right in my face. It wasn't until Eyal was injured that I really understood how important this American-Israel relationship was, how important it was to keep Israel safe through lobbying. I literally couldn't sleep at night until I got involved in AIPAC, because there I felt I had a voice. There I felt I was able to help and support Israel in ways that really mattered. Building relationships with people on Capitol Hill is a natural extension of my work as a portrait artist. You know, as a portrait artist, I build a relationship, I tell a visual story, and it is the same thing when I go to lobby. I can communicate my love for Israel and my understanding, and also to communicate the need for the support for Israel.
It's a privilege to have you, as it always is.
You don't have to be a Republican, you don't have to be a Democrat. This is bipartisan. We have some wonderful people in Greensboro that work together to make sure that the people that we vote in understand our issues. And Ron and I have events at our home to support these politicians who support the American-Israel relationship. I think it's really important to stand up for a democracy in the Middle East. I think it's brave to go out there and say, no, this legislation isn't good enough, and we care. And I truly believe that a strong American and Israel relationship is one of the best ways that you can help Israel. And that's why I'm involved in AIPAC today, because I know that I make a difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, AIPAC activist Victoria Carlin Milstein and her stepson, Eyal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Republican presidential candidate John Kasich.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm delighted to be back at AIPAC, an organization I've known and worked with
since the early 1980s. You know, back then, your audience numbered in the hundreds. The testament to AIPAC is that those crowds are now in the thousands, as we can see today. You know, I first visited Israel in 1983 with my late dear friend, Gordon Zaks. As you all know, Gordon was a founding member of AIPAC, and it was on that trip that I actually visited Bethlehem, and I called my mother on Christmas night from Jerusalem. As you can imagine, it was a very, very special moment, and Gordon always reminded me of it. Gordon helped me as much as anyone has over the years to know and to appreciate the importance of our relationship with Israel and Israel's unique security challenges. And I can't think of a better guide who could have taken me to Israel. It was on my trip in 1983 that Gordon introduced me to Avital Sharansky when her husband, Natan, was still in a Soviet prison. She told me her husband's story over lunch at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem and said she was going to Washington to plead for his release. I asked her, would you mind if I organized a rally in support of your husband on the steps of the Capitol? And so we came together in a bipartisan way to call for Natan Sharansky's release. You know, Gordy had taken Sharansky into the Oval Office to meet with President Reagan, and when the meeting ended, Mrs. Sharansky was told by the president, "I will not rest until your husband is free." Sharansky's story has always inspired me from the day that Gordy first introduced me to Avital, but I don't know how many of you here have ever read his book, Fear No Evil. Natan wrote in that book, as I related to him, and he said, I'm glad that you saw it, that when they went to him in the prison, they wanted him to confess something. And they said to Natan, well, you understand that Galileo even confessed. And think about Sharansky sitting in that prison in that solitary confinement, and he thought to himself and told them, you're using Galileo against me. No one will ever use me against any other prisoner of conscience. For that, he deserves to always be remembered. I had a phone conversation with Natan for years, but I never had the chance to meet him. And ironically, I met him at the cemetery when we laid Gordy Zaks to rest, where Natan gave a eulogy on behalf of our great friend. Look, I want it to be clear to all of you that I remain unwavering in my support for the Jewish state and the unique partnership between the United States and Israel. When I was first introduced to Israel and some of its leaders, of course, the core of our partnership with Israel was already very well defined, and we give thanks to Harry Truman for the courageous steps he took when Israel was first established. And I applaud our continuing legacy of support for the Jewish state and the struggles, inventiveness, and vitality of the Jewish people. This legacy is one that I will not only honor in my administration, but will take active steps to strengthen and expand. I want you all to know something very special to me, because it was at a ceremony recognizing the Holocaust that, as governor, I proposed that we build a permanent memorial so that people, and particularly our young people, could understand the history and the lesson of man's inhumanity to man and the incredible suffering visited upon the Jews across the globe. I worked with such prominent Ohioans as the Ratners, the Schottensteins, the Wexners, and many other members of the Jewish community over 3 years to make it happen. They told me it could not be done, and I said, you watch me. We will build a memorial. The memorial finally was designed by Daniel Liebskin, and it was the first of its kind in the nation. And you all please come to Columbus and look at it. It is just beautiful. But I want to tell you that a very good friend of mine, Victor Goodman, a prominent member of the Jewish community in Ohio, asked me to take him over to look at that memorial before it was unveiled. We walked over behind the tarp. I had my arm around his shoulder, and we read the inscription and the memorial together. And I will never forget, when he finished reading it, he buried his head in my chest and wept. And we wept together. And he looked at me and said, "John, thank you for what you have done here. This will exist as long as the state of Ohio exists." As you may know, I served on the House Armed Services Committee for 18 years, and I worked to implement Ronald Reagan's strategy to revitalize our military and to defeat the Soviet Union. Together, my colleagues in Congress and I gave our alliance with Israel meaning. We assured Israel's continuing qualitative military edge by authoring the initial $10 million for the Arrow Iron Dome anti-missile program that we know is so critical to the security of Israel. We supported the Phantom 2000 program, guaranteeing Israeli air superiority with the latest fighters, and the transfer of reactive armor technology that has made the Israeli tanks so effective. I think it can be fairly said that my support and friendship for our strategic partner Israel has been firm and unwavering for more than 35 years of my professional life. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, has in turn been a faithful and dependable friends. The American Friends of Israel are not fair weather friends. They recognize the strategic hinge with Israel and that America's and Israel's interests are tightly intertwined, despite our inevitable disagreements time to time. We share a critically important common interest in the Middle East, the unrelenting opposition to Iran's attempts to develop nuclear weapons. In March of 2015, when the Prime Minister spoke out against the Iran nuclear deal before a joint session of Congress, I flew to Washington and stood on the floor of the House of Representatives that was in session, the first time I had visited since we had been in session in 15 years, and I did it to show my respect, my personal respect, to the people of Israel. And I want you all to know that I have called for the suspension of the U.S.'s participation in the Iran nuclear deal in reaction to Iran's recent ballistic missile tests. These tests were both a violation of the spirit of the nuclear deal and provocations that can no longer be ignored. One of the missiles tested had printed on it in Hebrew. Can you believe this? Israel must be exterminated. And I will instantly gather the world and lead us to reapply sanctions if Iran violates one cross T or one dot of that nuclear deal. We must put the sanctions back on them as the world community, together. Let me also tell you, no amount of money that's being made by any business will stand in the way of the need to make sure that the security of Israel is secured and that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. No amount of money can push us in the wrong direction. And I want you to be assured that in a Kasich administration, there will be no more delusional agreements with self-declared enemies. No more. And as the candidate in this race with the deepest and most far-reaching foreign policy and national security experience, ladies and gentlemen, I don't need on-the-job training. I will not have to learn about the dangers facing this country and our allies. I have lived these matters for decades. One day, and on day one in the Oval Office, I will have in place a solid team of experienced and dedicated people who will implement a long-term strategic program to assure the security and safety of this country and that of its allies, such as Israel. I will lead and make decisions, and my national security appointees will work tirelessly with Israel to counter Iran's regional aggression and sponsorship of terror. We will help to interdict weapon supplies to Hezbollah. We will defeat ISIS in Syria and Iraq. And we will assist Israel to interdict Iranian arms supplies and financial flows to Hamas. And let me stress, I will also work to build and expand on Israel's newfound regional relations as a result of the flawed Iran nuclear deal. Amazing. Israel and the Arab Gulf states are now closer than ever. The bad news here is that the U.S. is not part of this new web of relations. I will work to participate in, expand, and strengthen those ties. Israelis live in one of the world's roughest neighborhoods, and Iran is not the only threat that the U.S. and Israel both face there. ISIS, headquartered in Syria and Iraq, is a mortal peril. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, its spread must be stopped. Since it is dedicated to destruction in Israel, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, Asia, and the United States, it is a threat to all civilization. Unless we recognize and unite around this central truth, we will remain committed to an ineffective and piecemeal approach to dealing with ISIS. Because the world recognizes the existential threat posed by ISIS, I believe I can lead a regional and NATO coalition to defeat ISIS both from the air and on the ground in Syria and in Iraq. We're all in this together. I will also provide support and relief to our common ally Jordan that has shared the brunt of refugee flows, and I will bring our troops home as soon as we, together with our allies, have created a realistic prospect that regional powers can conclude a settlement guaranteeing long-term security there. I will then support allied coalitions as they destroy ISIS's various regional affiliates. My administration will cooperate with our allies to deny Libya's oil as a resource, deny Libya as a platform to mount attacks against Europe, and disband what has become a hub for acts of terror throughout Africa. I will support our common vital ally Egypt in its efforts to destroy the insurgency in Sinai and terrorists infiltrating from Libya. And I will provide the Afghan National Security Forces with the key aircraft and support needed to defeat the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS, and then I will bring our troops in Afghanistan back home. Insurgent states such as Iran and networked transnational terrorist actors such as ISIS are not the only threats that Israel, the Jewish American community, and America together face. Believe me, a Kasich administration will work from the beginning to block and eliminate any form of intolerance, bigotry, racism, or anti-Semitism, whether domestic or international, particularly in international bodies. I condemn all attempts to isolate, pressure, and delegitimize the State of Israel, and I will support Congress's efforts to allow this activity both here and in the EU. And I am also very concerned about rising attacks on Israel and Jewish students on our college campuses. I pledge to use... I pledge to use the full force of the White House to fight this scourge, and I will make sure we have the tools needed to protect students from hate speech, harassment, and intimidation while supporting free speech on our college campuses. I have been horrified by the recent spate of Palestinian attacks on Israeli citizens. These are not spontaneous actions of lone wolves. They are part of an unprecedented wave of terror that has involved over 200 attacks on Israelis since October 2015, and they are the outcome of a culture of death that the Palestinian Authority and its forebears have promoted for over 50 years. Indoctrination of hate has long been part of a planned and well-thought-out strategy. Palestinian children are raised in a culture that glorifies martyrdom and the willingness to die in the pursuit of killing or maiming Israelis. Children's textbooks have been filled with vile anti-Semitism. Families of suicide killers receive an annuity after they kill and maim. Imprisoned terrorists need stipends and receive stipends and are guaranteed jobs in the Palestinian civil service at a salary determined by the length of their sentence. Public squares, streets, and even soccer tournaments are named after terrorists. If they truly want peace with Israel, then Palestinians cannot continue to promote a culture of hatred and death. We must make it clear that we will not tolerate such behavior. And I do not believe there is any prospect for a permanent peace until the Palestinian Authority and their friends in Hamas and Hezbollah are prepared to take real steps to live in peace with Israel and recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. And this violence is unacceptable. In the meantime, we can best advance stability in the region by providing Israel our 100% support. We can make sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself with weapons, information, technology, political solidarity, and working quietly to facilitate Palestinian and Israeli efforts at reconciliation. This is what would be expected of a dependable ally. Folks, let me conclude by talking about the greatest alliances are those with countries such as Israel, where we share a community of values. The post-war international system that we and our allies build upon these common values, of course, is under challenge or attack. And that's why we have to recommit ourselves to those values. We must not shy away from proclaiming and celebrating them, and why we must revitalize our alliances to defend and expand the international system build upon those values, a system that has prevented global conflict and lifted over 2 billion people out of poverty in the last 70 years. In doing this, we cannot go it alone. We must hang together and be realistic about what we can achieve. We cannot be neutral in defending our allies either. We must be counted on to stand by and invest in our friends instead of abusing them and currying favor with our enemies. For effective governance in our democracy and for the sake of the future, we have to work together at home as well across party and ideological lines whenever and wherever possible. This is exactly what I've done in the course of my career in public service. I reached out to the other side countless times to see how we can sit together and achieve the progress that America wants and deserves. And we all look back to the time of Ronald Reagan and his meetings with Tip O'Neill, where they came together to put America first, politics and partisanship second. And Reagan, as he reached across the aisle to Tip O'Neill, very partisan, legendary, they managed to hammer out deals that gave Reagan victories in revitalizing our economy and implementing the military buildup that ended the Cold War. But it took a conscious effort and an attitude of wanting to cooperate. So, This is what I want to do, Republicans and Democrats who are here today. We need to work together with Congress on an agenda that serves the interests of the nation as a whole. We are Americans before we are Republicans or Democrats. We are Americans. And let me tell you, in regard to that, I will not take the low road to the highest office in the land. I will not do it. Yes, we will rededicate ourselves to reaching the bipartisan national security policy that President Reagan and the Democrats achieved. And you can be assured that my strategic program will include and incorporate Israel as the bedrock partner for our mutual security in the Middle East. Together, we will combat violence incited in Israel itself and, of course, its eternal capital, Jerusalem. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today in front of so many of you who've contributed so much. I'm humbled by the chance to stand here at this incredible gathering of people who so much love America and so much love our great ally, Israel. You see, we're connected together. It's about civilization. It's about peace. It's about love. It's about togetherness. It's about healing the world. The great Jewish tradition is everyone lives a life a little bigger than themselves. And that tradition has worked its way deep into my soul, where I tell people all across America, dig down deep. The Lord has made you special. Live a life bigger than yourself. Lift others, heal, provide hope, provide progress, and with that, the rest of this century and the relationship between the United States and Israel will grow stronger and stronger for the benefit and mutual security of the world. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
Many forms, but none is more tangible than annual foreign aid. The United States provides annual security assistance to Israel to help the Jewish state defend against mounting threats like rockets, missiles, and terror tunnels. This aid also helps the United States. 75% of American security assistance to Israel must be spent in the U.S., creating jobs and opportunities here at home. The other 25% can be spent in Israel, supporting world-class research and development of technologies that make both countries safer. American support is a crucial component of Israel's security, and the only way to guarantee this funding is through strong bipartisan support in Congress. That's where AIPAC comes in. By working with Democrats and Republicans in Washington, AIPAC helps ensure that America will provide support for Israel over the long haul. These efforts have been critical to making sure Congress fully funds two 10-year agreements. one in 1998, and a second in 2007. Today, your work with AIPAC is critical once again. As the United States and Israel negotiate a new deal for 2018, you will play a vital role in educating America's leaders and helping to ensure that America continues to stand with Israel. Because when Israel is safer, America is stronger.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Paul Ryan.
Wow. Gosh, all I gotta say is wow. Man, it is really nice to see you here today. You know, I want to say to Howard Core, to Bob Cohen, and to Lillian Pincus, thank you so much for inviting me here today. It is fantastic to be with you. Welcome to Washington, D.C. You know, I heard from a lot of folks today that you've heard from a lot of folks today. And it's always a good thing when America's leaders declare their support for Israel. You know what? It's not enough, though. The speeches, the statements, all the words in the world mean nothing if you do not back them up with actions. That is why, 2 years ago, when the rockets were falling on Tel Aviv, the House approved emergency support for the Iron Dome. And that is why, within just 2 months of my taking the speakership, we voted to fund every penny of our security assistance commitments. And that is why, in my first trip overseas as Speaker of the House, my first trip will be to return to Israel. And that is why I can pledge to you here tonight that as long as I am the Speaker of the House, we will not allow any legislation that divides our countries to come to the House floor for any consideration. It is action and deeds that builds trust. And our friendship is too important. The dangers we face today are too real to let there be any misgivings between us. You know, like my House colleagues, I understand that America is not safer when we back away from Israel. America is safer when we stand with Israel. So, if there's one thing that I would ask you to take away from tonight, it is this. My colleagues and I will do everything we can to strengthen our friendship, not just with words, but with concrete achievements. No taking friends for granted. No leaving them in the lurch. A friend is a priority, and American leaders should act like it. Now, that's what I think most Americans believe, on both sides of the aisle. But I do hear people raising doubts every now and then. They say things like, the Middle East is a mess. It's none of our business. Why are we involved? Why are we picking sides? They say that our alliance is not an asset but a liability. They say that it hamstrings America, that it cuts against our interests. And in my experience, it does us no good to airily wave off our opponents or to dismiss them as narrow-minded, to be high-minded about it. That doesn't bridge the divide. That deepens the divide. Instead, we need to confront our critics' arguments head-on. Have a real conversation. And I would say to them that I firmly believe that the friendship between our two countries is not just in Israel's interest, but it is in America's interests. It is good for Israel, it is good for America, and it is good for the world. To me, it's really just a lesson in history. You know, for many years, we avoided what Thomas Jefferson called entangling alliances. We were not as strong as a country back then. And the great powers, they wanted to use us for their own purposes. There was no reason to play the pawn in their chess game. So, we stayed out. Well, that all changed in World War II. We learned the hard way that even if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble has a way of finding you. You know, the day that Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, we realized that two oceans could no longer protect us anymore. We'd grown too strong for our enemies to ignore us. Our interests now reached across the world, and so did the threats. We couldn't beat back Nazi panzers in North America or North Africa. We couldn't liberate the islands of the South Pacific and climb the cliffs of Normandy all on our own. We had to work with other countries who shared our objectives. We had to make sure that our allies knew we stood with them. We had to lead a global alliance. After the war was over, a new threat emerged, an aggressive and expansionist Soviet Union. The Soviets were setting up puppet regimes all across Eastern Europe. They were aiming missiles at our friends in Western Europe. They were on the march in Asia and Africa and South America. And so, we faced a choice. Either we could withdraw from the world, arm ourselves to the teeth, and make ourselves into a garrison state, or we could pursue a forward-leaning defense, create a community of free nations, keep open the lanes of commerce, build institutions that would foster cooperation. And that is exactly what we did. These were the years that we created NATO and GATT and the International Monetary Fund. And of course, in 1948, we were the first country to recognize the State of Israel just minutes after she declared her independence. The first country. Both the Cold War and the World War taught us that free countries are safer when we work with each other, when we stand by each other, when we trust each other. Because then, when a threat arises, we can confront it together. Well, the threats are very different now. North Korea thumbs its nose at the world as it plays with its nuclear weapons. Iran openly backs tyrants and funds terrorist groups as it jockeys for dominance in the Middle East. And emboldened, Russia is only too happy to try and reclaim its neighbors as its client states. And with the rise of ISIS, an even deadlier strain of Islamist extremism has taken hold. Once again, we face an aggressive militant ideology with an assist from a gang of rogue states. So why is our relationship with Israel so important? Because in the fight against terrorism and proliferation, our interests are one and the same. For the terrorists, Israel is the first target, and we are the ultimate target. And you know why? Do you know why this is? Because we share the same values. Israel, like us, is a liberal democracy in a sea of authoritarian regimes. So when America helps both countries become stronger. Both countries are protecting our way of life. Just remember, Israel does not fund terrorism in other countries, but it does help the New York Police Department fight terrorism in our country. Pretty profound. This is the crux of the matter. I think the current administration, I think they understand that we need our allies, but it fails to understand what our allies need. They need more than vague assurances that we've got their back. They need to see with their own eyes that the measure of our full commitment. And I don't say this to try and castigate or to blame anybody. I say this to bring clarity to the situation that we are facing. I think this is the most fundamental misunderstanding that has undermined our security. Exhibit A. Exhibit A is the Iran deal. I think it was a terrible deal. Worst in our lifetime. Not since 1939 have we seen horrible foreign policy like this Iran deal. And you know what? Because of this deal, our friends in the Middle East are losing faith in us, or at least in our judgment. Iran got billions of dollars in sanction relief, and in exchange for what? For taking apart some, not all, just some of its nuclear program? And then in 10 or 15 years, all those limits expire? In other words, they get something for essentially nothing. It was a steal. It was a steal, and that's even if they don't cheat. Look, we all wanted the negotiations to succeed, but we were supposed to get something out of it. It is fine to negotiate with our enemies. It really is. But not at our friends' expense. That doesn't make any of us any safer. And I don't think it's an accident that every few months we hear of Iran launching yet another ballistic missile. Instead of dismantling Iran's nuclear program, we legitimized it. This is a huge threat to the state of Israel. And it is a threat to our country, too. But whatever you think about the Iran deal, I want to make something really clear. Whether you opposed it or supported it, whether you are optimistic or skeptical, and I sense a few skeptics in this room here today, I want you to know it is your right to petition your government on any issue at any time. That's what AIPAC does. That's why you're here. And if anybody questions that right, I just want you to know that we stand with you. So at this point, I think we've got to do everything we can to shore up our alliance. We have to hold Iran accountable for its violations. We have to push back against Iranian aggression in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Syria. We have to extend our bilateral security agreement with Israel and expand it to also include missile defense. We have to help Israel continue developing the Arrow 3 and David's Sling. One more thing. one more thing I worked on quite a bit when I was chair of Ways and Means and throughout my career. We have to push back with clarity, with firmness, against any attempt by any other country to boycott, divest from, or to ever sanction Israel. This is where America can lead. This is where America can make a difference. This is where your voice is and must be heard. This is what they're trying to do to us. We can and must be clear on this. And you know what this does? What all these things do is send a signal that America has no greater friend than Israel, and that we will stand by her through thick and through thin. We have a choice coming. You've got people running for president, they'll get political. But here's what we see. We have a choice coming. We're going to make a big choice in 2016. And along those lines, in the House, we're going to try and help crystallize that choice. We have several members on our task force on national security. Their goal is to design a strategy for a confident America. And at the top of that list is how do we strengthen our allegiances with our allies like Israel. To sum up our approach, I would use the words of General James Mattis. We need to take our own side in this fight. There is a side to be taken. And as we put together our agenda for the next president, we are going to need the help of AIPAC and everyone here today. But, and I can see you, we need especially the help of the young people that are here in this room. And you know why? And by the way, it's so great to see you, but you know why? Because the decisions that we're going to make today, those decisions will determine what kind of world you will inherit. Just seeing you here, knowing that you want to take part, gives me a lot of hope for our future. Because with your help, I know we can do this. And so, I want to leave you with this. I think we need to build a confident America. The way I see it, a confident America does not shrink from our commitments or shunt aside our allies. A confident America does not distance itself from Israel or cozy up to Iran. A confident America keeps its word. It stands by our allies. A confident America stands by Israel, because that's what will keep the peace. That is what both countries need to thrive. I know I just threw a lot out at you. And you're probably thinking, what does a guy from Janesville, Wisconsin care about Israel? But before I leave, I just want to say that there's actually a vibrant Jewish community in Wisconsin. And every one of them are diehard Green Bay Packer fans. All right. Okay, there are a couple Bear fans, I guess. This is something that we are very proud about in Wisconsin. I should say that there's also a huge pro-Israel community, full of people from both parties and in many different faiths and all walks of life. In fact, when my wife Jana and I go to visit different houses of worship from all denominations, one of the most frequent questions I get as I travel throughout Wisconsin is, what's your position on Israel? So the pro-Israel community, it is not just some constituency to me. These are my friends, my family, my neighbors. I know the pro-Israel community has done so much for Wisconsin and for the world. You will always have my deepest gratitude. And so, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you again for having me tonight. I want to thank you in advance for all the work that you will be doing to help us strengthen that essential friendship and that bond between Israel and America. And I want to thank you for being fantastic Americans and helping make sure that we get our ship of state right. Thank you so much for having me. God bless you. have a great time, and know that if you're not here, you're out of sight, and if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, so make sure you keep doing it. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
Neta is our eldest son, and he's a very happy boy. He always wanted to be like everybody else.
I would say that in every step of his life, we had question marks. Throughout the way, he struggled all the time with autism, and we struggled to find the right framework that will be the best for him.
He always knew that he wants to go to the army and to do something contributing. It's very important for him to be a part of the community.
IDF is a crucial milestone to go through in order to become a real, proud Israeli. For years, the IDF was closed for people with disabilities.
רואים רחוק program is about taking the visual capabilities of people with autism and making use of these abilities to help the IDF and the intelligence. It's very important to get everybody involved in the IDF. Autistics, for me, it's very important because my son is autistic.
We started the program with the idea that people on the autistic spectrum have special visual capabilities. And there's already science research that's proved that they see different. Some of them are doing aerial photo analysis, some of them are doing quality assurance for software, others information sorting.
This is not a project of charity. This is a project of excellence. Now, once I was given proof that the kids that are going through the project of Roim Rachok could function in IDF, that's the time when Ono Academic College went into this project and said, let's bring this together and make sure that Israel could be proud of them and they could be proud of Israel.
Roim Rachok program gives these young adults an horizon for the future. We simulate as much the working day in the army so they can get ready. In these 3 months, they learn the military profession as well as how to be a soldier.
I remember the first day that he was getting in his uniform in the army. We saw someone stepping there, coming towards us, and we didn't believe it's our son. He was with uniform, very proud in himself, walking like that, very tall, and this was very, very exciting moment. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
There is no difference between Roim Rachok soldiers and regular soldiers. Roim Rachok soldiers interpret satellite images and air photos to acquire relevant terrain data and deliver it to the commanders in the field. Our unit is also called the Eye of the Country. We are working day and night to secure Israel. This is the final task, to be safe.
It's a very important job because it's helpful for the IDF to see our enemies and help our troops to know the area. It's a great honor, but also great responsibility.
Once we introduced this program and people see what autistic people can do, I think it changes the way they see them, and it changes the stigma about autism.
It's win-win for the IDF, a win-win for the guy himself, and win-win for the family and us as society.
Because of this program, I am very optimistic about Neta's capability to integrate into the real life.
I'm sure now that Neta is going to be okay. He's going to be independent and to do the job he needs to do. Whatever he chooses, he will do it, and he will do it right. And he will do it good.
Ladies and gentlemen, IDF Sergeant Neda Geffen and his parents.
I've always been in love with Israel. I've always loved the pro-Israel community, but I didn't know how much it existed until recently. And it was through the proactivity of AIPAC and the pro-Israel community that I got involved. My name is Will Townsend. I am a senior, and I go to Pitzer College in Claremont, California.
I went to Israel on the AIPAC Campus Allies mission, and I learned an incredible amount about the culture, the people, the historical and religious institutions of Israel. And as someone who's not Jewish, it's interesting to have a personal connection to Israel. One of the most moving moments for me in Israel was coming out of Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust memorial in Israel. For me, I didn't know too much about my family background. That was something that had always been kind of a mystery to us. We knew they fled Russia, Poland area, but we weren't too sure of it. It was something that wasn't talked about, but we knew the last name. There's a computer database where you can go and research family names, and I plugged my family name into that. When the result came back, there's too many names to be listed. And that was something that was, heartbreaking. I've surely had family members who died because of their identity. Coming back from Israel, I was way more empowered to work on my campus.
Pitzer's located in the Claremont Colleges, which is a consortium of 5 liberal arts colleges that all border one another. We're really prideful about our environmentalism and our social justice. The community at Claremont was already in support of climate change action. They're already in support of gun control. But an area that we struggled to find support in seemed to be the pro-Israel movement.
I was inspired to be an AIPAC activist because I needed an outlet for myself with regards to my pro-Israel support. I needed an area where I could go receive training for how to talk to people about why Israel is a strong ally of the United States, why it's a progressive cause, and AIPAC provided that for me. One of my proudest accomplishments within the pro-Israel community is helping to start CDSI, Campus Democrats for Secure Israel. These relationships that we've been forming through our Israel Club matter so much. AIPAC is really helping Campus Democrats for Secure Israel by ensuring that students across the nation are getting pro-Israel training. I'm an activist because I believe so strongly in the pro-Israel movement. I believe that Israel and its existence is fundamental to a just and safe world. I want to do something about it, and by being an activist, I'm able to accomplish a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Republican presidential candidate, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I speak to you today
as a lifelong supporter and true friend of Israel. I'm a newcomer to politics, but not to backing the Jewish state. In 2001, weeks after the attacks on New York City and on Washington, and frankly, the attacks on all of us, attacks that perpetrated, and they were perpetrated by the Islamic fundamentalists, Mayor Rudy Giuliani visited Israel to show solidarity with terror victims. I sent my plane because I backed the mission for Israel 100%. In spring of 2004, at the height of the violence in the Gaza Strip, I was the Grand Marshal of the 40th Salute to Israel Parade, the largest single gathering in support of the Jewish state. It was a very dangerous time for Israel and, frankly, for anyone supporting Israel. Many people turned down this honor. I did not. I took the risk, and I'm glad I did. But I didn't come here tonight to pander to you about Israel. That's what politicians do. All talk, no action, believe me. I came here to speak to you about where I stand on the future of American relations with our strategic ally, our unbreakable friendship, and our cultural brother, the only democracy in the Middle East, the State of Israel. Thank you. My number one priority is to dismantle the disastrous deal with Iran. Thank you. Thank you. I have been in business a long time. I know deal making. And let me tell you, this deal is catastrophic for America, for Israel, and for the whole of the Middle East. The problem here is fundamental. We've rewarded the world's leading state sponsor of terror with $150 billion, and we received absolutely nothing in return. I've studied this issue in great detail, I would say actually greater by far than anybody else. Believe me. Oh, believe me. And it's a bad deal. The biggest concern with the deal is not necessarily that Iran is going to violate it, because already, as you know, it has. The bigger problem is that they can keep the terms and still get the bomb by simply running out the clock. And of course, they'll keep the billions and billions of dollars that we so stupidly and foolishly gave them. The deal doesn't even require Iran to dismantle its military nuclear capability. Yes, it places limits on its military nuclear program for only a certain number of years. But when those restrictions expire, Iran will have an industrial-sized military nuclear capability ready to go and with zero provision for delay, no matter how bad Iran's behavior is. Terrible, terrible situation that we are all placed in, and especially Israel. When I'm president, I will adopt a strategy that focuses on three things when it comes to Iran. First, we will stand up to Iran's aggressive push to destabilize and dominate the region. Iran is a very big problem and will continue to be. But if I'm not elected president, I know how to deal with trouble. And believe me, that's why I'm going to be elected president, folks. And we are leading in every poll. Remember that, please. Iran is a problem in Iraq, a problem in Syria, a problem in Lebanon, a problem in Yemen, and will be a very, very major problem for Saudi Arabia. Literally every day, Iran provides more and better weapons to support their puppet states. Hezbollah, Lebanon, received, and I'll tell you what, it has received sophisticated anti-ship weapons, anti-aircraft weapons, and GPS systems and rockets like very few people anywhere in the world, and certainly very few countries have. Now they're in Syria trying to establish another front against Israel from the Syrian side of the Golan Heights. In Gaza, Iran is supporting Hamas and Islamic Jihad. And in the West Bank, they're openly offering Palestinians $7,000 per terror attack and $30,000 for every Palestinian terrorist home that's been destroyed. A deplorable, deplorable situation. Iran is financing military forces throughout the Middle East, and it's absolutely incredible that we handed them over $150 billion to do even more toward the many horrible acts of terror. Secondly, we will totally dismantle Iran's global terror network, which is big and powerful, but not powerful like us. Iran has seeded terror groups all over the world. During the last 5 years, Iran has perpetuated terror attacks in 25 different countries on 5 continents. They've got terror cells everywhere, including in the Western Hemisphere, very close to home. Iran is the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world, and we will work to dismantle that reach. Believe me, believe me. Third, at the very least, we must enforce the terms of the previous deal to hold Iran totally accountable, and we will enforce it like you've never seen a contract enforced before, folks. Believe me. Iran has already, since the deal is in place, test-fired ballistic missiles 3 times. Those ballistic missiles, with a range of 1,250 miles, were designed to intimidate not only Israel, which is only 600 miles away, but also intended to frighten Europe and someday maybe hit even the United States. And we're not going to let that happen. We're not letting it happen, and we're not letting it happen to Israel, believe me. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to hear something really shocking? As many of the great people in this room know, painted on those missiles in both Hebrew and Farsi were the words, "Israel must be wiped off the face of the earth." You can forget that. What kind of demented minds write that in Hebrew? And here's another. You talk about twisted. Here's another twisted part. Testing these missiles does not even violate the horrible deal that we've made. The deal is silent on test missiles. But those tests do violate the United Nations Security Council resolutions. The problem is no one has done anything about it. We will, I promise we will. Thank you. Which brings me to my next point, the utter weakness and incompetence of the United Nations. The United Nations is not a friend of democracy. It's not a friend to freedom. It's not a friend even to the United States of America, where, as you know, it has its home. And it surely is not a friend to Israel. With President Obama in his final year, yay. He may be the worst thing to ever happen to Israel, believe me. Believe me. And you know it better than anybody. So with the president in his final year, discussions have been swirling about an attempt to bring a Security Council resolution on terms of an eventual agreement between Israel and Palestine. Let me be clear. An agreement imposed by the United Nations would be a total and complete disaster. The United States must oppose this resolution and use the power of our veto, which I will use as president 100%. When people ask why, it's because that's not how you make a deal. Deals are made when parties come together. They come to a table and they negotiate. Each side must give up something. It's values. I mean, we have to do something where there's value in exchange for something that it requires. That's what a deal is. A deal is really something that when we impose it on Israel and Palestine, we bring together a group of people that come up with something that's not going to happen with the United Nations. It will only further, very importantly, it will only further delegitimize Israel. It will be a catastrophe and a disaster for Israel. It's not going to happen, folks. And further, it would reward Palestinian terrorism, because every day they're stabbing Israelis and even Americans. Just last week, American Taylor Allen Force, a West Point grad, phenomenal young person who served in Iraq and Afghanistan, was murdered in the street by a knife-wielding Palestinian. You don't reward behavior like that. You cannot do it. There's only one way you treat that kind of behavior. You have to confront it. So it's not up to the United Nations to really go with a solution. It's really the parties that must negotiate a resolution themselves. They have no choice. They have to do it themselves, or it will never hold up anyway. The United States can be useful as a facilitator of negotiations, but no one should be telling Israel that it must be, and really that it must abide by some agreement made by others thousands of miles away that don't even really know what's happening to Israel, to anything in the area. It's so preposterous. We're not going to let that happen. When I'm president, believe me, I will veto any attempt by the UN to impose its will on the Jewish state. It will be vetoed 100%. You see, I know about deal making. That's what I do. I wrote The Art of the Deal. One of the best-selling all-time, and I mean seriously, I'm saying one of because I'll be criticized if I say the, so I'm going to be very diplomatic. One of, I'll be criticized. I think it is number one, but why take a chance? One of the all-time best-selling books about deals and deal-making. To make a great deal, you need two willing participants. We know Israel is willing to deal. Israel has been trying. That's right. Israel has been trying to sit down at the negotiating table without preconditions for years. You had Camp David in 2000, where Prime Minister Barak made an incredible offer, maybe even too generous. Arafat rejected it. In 2008, Prime Minister Olmert made an equally generous offer. The Palestinian Authority rejected it also. Then John Kerry tried to come up with a framework, and Abbas didn't even respond, not even to the Secretary of State of the United States of America. They didn't even respond. When I become president, the days of treating Israel like a second-class citizen will end on day one. Thank you. And when I say something, I mean it. I mean it. I will meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu immediately. I have known him for many years and will be able to work closely together to help bring stability and peace to Israel and to the entire region. Meanwhile, every single day, you have rampant incitement and children being taught to hate Israel and to hate the Jews. It has to stop. When you live in a society where the firefighters are the heroes, little kids want to be firefighters. When you live in a society where athletes and movie stars are the heroes, little kids want to be athletes and movie stars. In Palestinian society, the heroes are those who murder Jews. We can't let this continue. We can't let this happen any longer. You cannot achieve peace if terrorists are treated as martyrs. Glorifying terrorists is a tremendous barrier to peace. It is a horrible, horrible way to think. It's a barrier that can't be broken. That will end, and it'll end soon, believe me. In Palestinian textbooks and mosques, you've got a culture of hatred that has been fermenting there for years, and if we want to achieve peace, they've got to go out and they've got to start this educational process. They have to end education of hatred. They have to end it, and now. There is no moral equivalency. Israel does not name public squares after terrorists. Israel does not pay its children to stab random Palestinians. You see, what President Obama gets wrong about deal-making is that he constantly applies pressure to our friends and rewards our enemies. And you see that happening all the time. That pattern practiced by the president and his administration, including former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who is a total disaster, by the way. She and President Obama have treated Israel very, very badly. But it's repeated itself over and over again and has done nothing to embolden those who hate America. We saw that with releasing the $150 billion to Iran in the hope that they would magically join the world community. It didn't happen. President Obama thinks that applying pressure to Israel will force the issue, but it's precisely the opposite that happens. Already, half of the population of Palestine has been taken over by the Palestinian ISIS and Hamas, and the other half refuses to confront the first half, so it's a very difficult situation that's never going to get solved unless you have great leadership right here in the United States. We'll get it solved one way or the other. We will get it solved. But when the United States stands with Israel, the chances of peace really rise, and rises exponentially. That's what will happen when Donald Trump is president of the United States. We will move the American embassy to the eternal capital of the Jewish people, Jerusalem. And we will send a clear signal that there is no daylight between America and our most reliable ally, the State of Israel. The Palestinians must come to the table knowing that the bond between the United States and Israel is absolutely, totally unbreakable. They must come to the table willing and able to stop the terror being committed on a daily basis against Israel. They must do that. And they must come to the table willing to accept that Israel is a Jewish state and it will forever exist as a Jewish state. I love the people in this room. I love Israel. I love Israel. I've been with Israel so long in terms of I've received some of my greatest honors from Israel. My father before me, incredible. My daughter Ivanka is about to have a beautiful Jewish baby. In fact, it could be happening right now, which would be very nice as far as I'm concerned. So I want to thank you very much. This has been a truly great honor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Today is the third session of Baseball for All, or Baseball Lekulam, where we bring together 30 kids, ages about 12 and 13. 15 of them are Israeli Jewish players from Modi'in, and 15 of them are Israeli Arabs from Ramle. They've come together here for 24 hours, and they experience the game of baseball together and life together.
The kids show up on a Thursday afternoon at 4 o'clock with their bags and their baggage. They get their room assignments, and then they're out on the field.
What is your name, young lady? Aya, give it up for her. Sir, your name? Guy.
The day really starts with some icebreakers, some baseball drills.
Yankees, you guys are right here in the right field corner.
The next morning they wake up, do a bit of a warm-up, and they have their mini tournament.
The purpose of Baseball Lekulam is sort of twofold. First of all, we just want to introduce kids to baseball in Israel, whether they're Arab, Jewish, whatever. And the other purpose is obviously to work on coexistence and bring these kids together from these two different communities that otherwise wouldn't really get to know each other.
For me, as an Arab who living in Ramle, which is mixed city between Arab and Jewish, this whole thing is really great. I think maybe through this program, kids will be able to understand more the other side. I don't think that you need to wait for the change. You need to be the change. You need to get up and do stuff and try to fix stuff here in Israel. I mean, we're cousins. Arab and Jewish are actually cousins.
Baseball is a good vehicle, I think, because there's a lot of life lessons that you can learn through baseball and a lot of educational tools that you can learn through baseball.
What's the one thing we always talk about here?
Respect.
Respect. How do you say it in Hebrew? Kavod. How do you say it in Arabic?
Baseball is not yet part of Israeli culture, but I emphasize the yet, because we're working very hard to make it part of Israel. Now, Baseball for All, it's part of that goal. So now we've got a whole bunch of kids who love baseball. So the next step is to set up baseball in Ramle. And this is how we're doing it. You know, town by town, we will make baseball part of the Israeli tapestry.
This program is not just about baseball.
The meeting between Jewish kids and Arab kids, it's really important because from this age, we need to learn that not to hate. Everybody is kind of same. They're not different because they're Arabs. They like us.
I hope that there will be another meeting that we can see each other again and be together.
We sound good, don't we? We sound good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Baseball Lekulam, Fadi Abu Suiz and Niv Aitan.
רגע, אנחנו הולכים. לא לכאן. טוב, אני כאן. Hi, I'm Fadi, and this is my friend Niv. And we wouldn't have met if it weren't for baseball. Now, we are teammates and friends.
Our coaches, who are with us today, teach us about respect and the rules of the game. They remind us that each of us matters.
While we wish that this trip includes a stop to Florida for spring training, we're excited to be here in Washington with you. And thank you for your friendship to our country.
And the next time you're in Israel, come watch us play.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Republican presidential candidate Ted Cruz.
God bless AIPAC. I'm thrilled to be here with you today. And let me say at the outset, perhaps to the surprise of a previous speaker, Palestine has not existed since 1948. On Wednesday night of this week, in synagogues across the world, Jewish people will read the Megillah, which tells the story of Purim, the miraculous rescue of the Jewish people from the hands of a wicked Persian king. When the evildoer Haman plots to kill the Jews, he describes them as a nation that is scattered and spread out. The Talmud teaches that the Jewish people at the time were divided amongst themselves, and that the lesson is that when the forces of good are divided, evil can prevail. But when we come together in unity, together we can defeat tyrants. Today, we are reliving history, facing a similar time of challenge for America and for Israel. But today, I give you a word of hope. In the next few months, we will bring this country together, first by unifying the Republican Party, and then by reaching out and building a coalition of young people and Hispanics and African Americans and women and blue-collar workers and Jewish voters and Reagan Democrats. Which will lead to a commanding victory in November that unifies this country and brings us together. And standing together, America will stand with Israel and defeat radical Islamic terrorism. I want to thank the delegates, the over 18,000 people here, the 4,000 young people, the leaders of the pro-Israel movement who are gathered here today. You will play a critical leadership role in making this happen and bringing us together. Indeed, just today, my colleague Lindsey Graham very kindly hosted an event for me here, which should allay any doubts anyone might have that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob can still do miracles. I want to begin by asking all of us to remember Taylor Force, a Texan who hailed from Lubbock, an Eagle Scout, a West Point graduate, an Army veteran. On March 8th, he was stabbed to death by a Palestinian terrorist in Israel. The terrorist didn't ask for his passport. Influenced by the relentless campaign of incitement that has fostered genocidal hatred towards Jews, all he cared about was injuring or killing as many civilians as possible. At least 10 people were wounded by the time the terrorist was neutralized. The brutal murder of Taylor Force is yet another reminder that America and Israel are in the fight together against radical Islamic terrorism. We need a president who will be a champion for America. And we need a president who will be a champion for Israel. In my time in the Senate, I have endeavored to do both. In the 4 years I've been serving in the Senate, I've been privileged to travel 3 times to the State of Israel. I had the great privilege of seeing the Ziv Hospital in northern Israel, where they have treated over 1,000 refugees from Syria wounded in that horrible Syrian civil war, have done so free of charge, showing the heart and character of the people of Israel. When the nation of Iran named as their ambassador to the United Nations Hamid Abu-Dhabi, a known terrorist who had participated in holding Americans hostage in the late 1970s, people in Washington said there was nothing we could do. Well, I was proud to introduce legislation barring Abu-Dhabi from coming to America. That legislation passed the Senate 100-0. It passed the House 435-0, and it was signed into law by President Obama. When Israel was facing relentless rocket attacks from Hamas, and the prayers of all of us and people across the world were with Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu powerfully observed, we are using missile defense to protect our civilians, and they are using their civilians to protect their missiles. I entirely agree with Prime Minister Netanyahu as Hamas would place rockets in elementary schools. They placed their headquarters in the basement of a hospital. And I would note that Hillary Clinton, in 2014, explained this as follows, quote, Hamas puts its missiles, its rockets, in civilian areas. Part of it is because Gaza's pretty small and it's densely populated. Well, Madam Secretary, with all respect, the reason the missiles are in schools is not because Gaza is small. The reason the missiles are in schools is because Hamas are terrorist monsters using children as human shields. And in response to this atrocity, I was proud to join with New York Democrat Kirsten Gillibrand in authoring a resolution condemning Hamas's use of human shields as a war crime, and that resolution passed both houses of Congress unanimously. In the midst of these rocket attacks, we saw the Obama administration cancel civilian airline flights into the nation of Israel. When that happened, I publicly asked the question, did this administration just launch an economic boycott on the nation of Israel? The administration does not ban flights into Pakistan, does not ban flights into Yemen, does not ban flights into Afghanistan, indeed, did not ban flights into much of Ukraine, and Ukraine had just seen a passenger airliner shot down by a Russian Buk missile. So why exactly was a disproportionate sanction put on Israel? Because one rocket fell harmlessly a mile away from Ben Gurion Airport, one of the safest airports in the world. And why was that time to coincide with John Kerry arriving in the Middle East with $47 million for Gaza that would inevitably end up with Hamas terrorists? Well, when I asked that question, within hours, the State Department was being asked, is this an economic boycott of Israel? The State Department said, that question is ridiculous. We refuse to answer. So I responded, fine, I will place a hold on every nominee to the State Department. Shortly thereafter, former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg rode a civilian airliner from London to Tel Aviv, demonstrating that it was safe to fly to Israel. And as a result of Mayor Bloomberg's efforts and my efforts and that of millions of others, the heat and light and attention became too much on this administration, and within 36 hours, the administration lifted its ban on civilian air flights to Israel. Looking forward, as president, I will lead very, very differently from the current administration. Imagine just a few years ago if I had come to an AIPAC conference and suggested that the Prime Minister of Israel was going to come to America, address a joint session of Congress, and he would be boycotted by the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and every member of the Cabinet. That would have been dismissed as crazy, fanciful, that could never happen, and sadly, that is exactly what did happen when Prime Minister Netanyahu came to address Congress. In a similar vein, my leading Republican opponent has promised that he, as president, would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. Well, let me be very, very clear. As president, I will not be neutral. America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. So what does that mean specifically? Let's start with today's Persian king, the nation of Iran. Both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump have said they would maintain this Iranian deal, although Donald has promised he's going to negotiate and get a better deal. Well, my view is very different. On the first day in office, I will rip this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal to shreds. This agreement gives over $100 billion to the Ayatollah Khamenei, the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. That dwarfs the $3 billion in military aid we give each year to the nation of Israel. That difference is not just unconscionable, it is fundamentally immoral. And if I am president, on the first day, we will reimpose sanctions on Iran. In a mockery of this Iranian nuclear deal, Iran has continued with missile tests, including launching a missile with the words printed on it in both Hebrew and Farsi. Israel should be wiped from the earth. Hear my words, Ayatollah Khamenei. If I am president and Iran launches a missile test, we will shoot that missile down. And in January 2017, we will have a commander-in-chief who says, under no circumstances will Iran be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. Either you will shut down your nuclear program, or we will shut it down for you. A year ago, when Prime Minister Netanyahu addressed Congress, I was honored to join the great Elie Wiesel on a panel discussion in the Senate about this disastrous Iranian deal. Not a single Democrat was willing to join Elie Wiesel, to sit alongside someone who witnessed firsthand the horrors of the Holocaust, who brings a moral weight and gravity second to none, was both powerful and humbling. And I am convinced, after this election, the American people will stand and say together, never again means never again. On my very first day in office, I will begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem, the once and eternal capital of Israel. Now, I recognize for years a whole lot of presidential candidates, both Republicans and Democrats, have said that. Indeed, I recognize some candidates have said that standing here today. Here's the difference. I will do it. And as president, I will do everything in my power to ensure that anyone who provides financial support to the BDS movement, including schools and universities, will lose any access to federal funding. And to the extent that they have engaged in illegal behavior, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. All of us here understand that Israel is not the barrier to peace. It is the Palestinian Authority in a so-called unity government with Hamas that celebrates the murder of women and children and incites and even compensates the terrorist attacks. If the Palestinians try to push through a United Nations resolution to unilaterally declare Palestinian statehood, America will veto that resolution. Indeed, I tell you today, I will fly to New York to personally veto it myself. Now, some have asked, why on earth did a Cuban-American Texan become one of the leading defenders of Israel in the United States Congress? Well, I would say there are several reasons. First of all, I understand that standing with Israel benefits America. Israel is a liberal democracy that shares our values. Israel is a steadfast and loyal ally, and our military aid to Israel is not charity. It is rather furthering the vital national security interests of the United States of America, whether it is missile defense from Iron Dome to David Sling, or whether it is intelligence and military cooperation. Israel provides an enormous benefit to keeping America safe and protecting us from radical Islamic terrorists. But on a very personal level, for me, much of my view of Israel is framed by my family story. My father was born and raised in Cuba. As a kid, he fought in the Cuban Revolution. He was imprisoned. He was tortured. My father fled Cuba in 1957. When he came to America, he had nothing. He had $100 sewn into his underwear. And he washed dishes, making 50 cents an hour. He paid his way through school. He went on to start a small business. When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, when I faced oppression in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? And I will tell you, it is an incredible blessing to be the child of an immigrant who fled oppression and came to America seeking freedom. And there is one other nation on earth like the United States of America that was created as an oasis, as a beacon of hope to people who had faced oppression, had faced horrible murder and persecution. The nation of Israel, like America, is a beacon of light unto the world. And all of us here understand, as Ronald Reagan did, that peace is achievable only through strength. This is what Israel understands. When you are surrounded by neighbors who would drive you into the sea, somehow you don't have time for political correctness. Weakness is provocative. Appeasement increases the chance of military conflict. Indeed, I believe this Iranian nuclear deal is Munich in 1938, and we risk once again catastrophic consequences to allowing a homicidal maniac to acquire the tools to murder millions. The way to avoid conflict is to stand up to bullies, and it is worth remembering that this same nation, Iran, in 1981, released our hostages the day Ronald Reagan was sworn into office. That is the difference a strong commander-in-chief can make, and together, standing as one, we can and will do it again. Thank you. God bless America, and Am Yisrael Chai!
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our program. Please enjoy the concession stands on the 100 level. Our concerts will begin shortly. Thank you.
במרכז המסחרי המאובק התענוג מתחיל בהליכה איטית שקולה ומדודה כמו טורבו מאובק השדירים החרובים הנסיעה הארוכה משתחררים בתענוג בכל הגוף מסתרגים ומתמתחים ונעשים קשוחים ברוח שמצליף אבק וחום על הפרצוף כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב ליבה כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב ליבה העיירה עושה את עצמה מתנמנמת אותנו זה אפילו לא מצחיק חוצים ברחבה כמו חגיגיות סמויה עוזבים לשמש את העיר צרור נגישות טמבור עוצר אותנו כאחד נלמד החצי מהצל עומדים בשמש לא נין לא זיע מחכים נלמד החצי מהצל כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר במדבר כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר הצל אנחנו סובבים ונעים באיטיות מרבית חוצים שקולים את הרחבה של המרכז המסחרי המאובק ונכנסים אל המכונית אחר הצהריים נגדי מעכשיו לאן נוסעים מקחקחים בגרון אולי נספיק עוד להרוג טורקי קטן של ערב במצפה רמון היי היי כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר היי היי כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר היי היי כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר היי היי כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר היי היי כל העניין הוא לשתות משהו קר בלב מדבר
עליתי ארצה באתי את הדרך לא שכחתי שבה הלכתי אני ותמדתי דפנו מנשנו וצרורות אז בידינו מי על האתון ירכב ומי משתי רגליו אני יודע שזו הדרך אני ידעתי עוד הדרך ארוכה של נדודנו ירושלים מול עינינו בחלומות ראיתי רק אותה אוי יפה ומקודשת בלבנו מרגשת באהבה אלינו היא נקשרת אני יודע
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host, comedian Elon Gold.
Thank you. Wow. What a night! What's up? Where'd everybody go? Where did everybody go? We barely have enough for a minion in this place. That's where they went. We'll do Marav here after I'm done. Guys, we have an amazing concert, so stick around. We have unbelievable artists from Israel here tonight. Anyone in the nosebleeds, students, come on down to the big macher seats. Come fill it up. Fill it up. We're going to be back in 5 minutes with an incredible show, I promise you. So come on down. Grab a nosh right now, and we'll be back right after this. We'll see you soon. Thank you, guys.
שלכת ותשוב תראה אביב חדש שמח לקראתך לשיר יחד נעבורה ביער ובניר תצחקי לירוני אל זיר באביבך זה אני הנער הולך ומחייך
כי לא ימים רבים עוד אין תתעלמי ויום אחד תבואי ולתאמרי
קח ידי הועל אנחן בוא מיד ונתחתן שם בהר טובל בירך לי תבנה הקן
אך ידי הועל אנחן בוא מיד ונתחתן שם בהר טובל בירך לי תבנה הקן
הכוכב מן השמיים שלח אל עולמי הכוכב אך זה עליי האיר את חלומי
הכוכב אותי הותיר בגיל שמחה ברון כוכבי אלייך הבצל את השרון
כוכבי אלייך הבצל את השרון לי כל האור אוויר גם על התא לי הירוק ירוק של הפריחה לי הנשמה בוערת בתקווה לי כוכבי האר דרכי באהבה לי כוכבי האר דרכי באהבה
לי כל האור אוויר גם על התא לי הירוק ירוק של הפריחה לי הנשמה בוערת בתקווה לי כוכבי האר דרכי באהבה לי כוכבי האר דרכי באהבה
אם לילה אחד יספרו לך שאין אהבה בעולם אם בוקר אחד יבשרו לך כולם בגדו כולם
אם בוקר אחד יתברר לך שנשארת לבדך מכולם כדאי שנלך אחריי אפילו עד סוף העולם מברית מה
אמרי שזה לא יכול להיות אמרי שאת ממשיכה לחיות אמרי שזה לא נורא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא לא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא לא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא נורא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא לא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא לא זה לא נורא זה לא זה לא נורא תן לזמן ללכת תחלוף גם השלכת
I've been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. Sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. I can write a song. I belong to you, you belong to me, my sweet.
לפני שקיעה אני מחבק אותך וחדור של אש כמו ליבי צולל ונופל איתך אחר כך בחושך הקסם נעלם רק עומק מבטייך לצער העולם את מוכרת לי מפעם אולי מגלגול אחר חלום שהשאיר בי טעם של זיכרון בוער ולפני שאני נוגע בטרם זריחה תבואי ותגידי אני כולי שלך אני כל כולי שלך אולי מגלגול אחר חלום שהשאיר בי טעם של זיכרון בוער ולפני שאני נוגע בטרם זריחה תבואי ותגידי אני כולי שלך יש אחת בדמיוני טובה ומתוקה ואני מחובר אליה מתוך ענן שתיקה אולי משם הגעת לי ואם את אמיתית קחי אותי אלייך זו השגחה פרטית את מוכרת לי מפעם אולי מגלגול אחר חלום שהשאיר בי טעם של זיכרון בוער ולפני שאני נוגע בטרם זריחה תבואי ותגידי אני כולי שלך אני כל כולי שלך אולי מגלגול אחר חלום שהשאיר בי טעם של זיכרון בוער ולפני שאני נוגע בטרם זריחה תבואי ותגידי אני כולי שלך תבואי ותגידי אני כולי שלך תבואי ותגידי
חזרתי הביתה אחרי 20 שנה במבט ראשון דבר לא השתנה שני סוסים קשורים לעץ התאנה קרטון על הבטון עם חץ לחתונה רק הפוטוטפות זרי סלעים כהים שלוליות מקרקרות את שיר הצפרדעים הזקנים יושבים בחוץ ומדברים ספלים סדוקים של תה ביסקוויטים במחורים אבל לאן נעלמו הילדים ששיחקתי איתם איפה כל הילדים איפה הם כולם לימונות ברור ופה ושם כבשים שפן בורח כמו שפן לתוך הפרדסים מרבד טלטן רטוב נוצץ באור ירוק, שועל שקרן בוכה, לבדי לא רחוק, אבל לאן נעלמו הילדים ששיחקתי איתם? איפה כל הילדים? איפה הם כולם?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your host, Elon Gold.
I can't hear you, people. I can't hear you. What's up, AIPAC? Yeah. Wow. This is amazing. What a night. What a night. Who would have thought of all the comedians on this stage tonight, I'd get the most walkouts? You know what I love? I love the fact that right now, Donald Trump and Ted Cruz are updating their resume. Open for Elon Gold. How we doing? Come on down, grab a wristband and sit in the good big Macher seats. Come on down, guys. Look at the students. Come on in. How we doing? All right. It's total chaos in an empty arena. It's the weirdest show I've ever done. But we have a phenomenal show tonight. The artists are from Israel. They're backstage. Are you guys ready to rock this place or what? Yeah. And I gotta say, shh. Yeah. Hi, guys. It was exhausting tonight, right? All the standing up, sitting down. It's like shul. I was waiting for Musaf. There's a lot of talking. Shh. It is like shul. How we doing, everybody? Yeah. You know, most comedians dream of hosting the Academy Awards. But I got to tell you, as an Israel-loving, proud Jew, it was always my dream to MC the AIPAC Policy Conference concert. And here I am, people. That's right. And I'm so glad AIPAC thought of me. A lot of comedians could have done this, you know? I'm sure they had discussions like, maybe we should get the Oscar host, like Chris Rock is a brilliant, hilarious comedian. But no, they said, let's get the guy who hosted the Chabad Telethon. You're familiar with the Chabad Telethon? It's the only telethon with barely enough material to last 1 hour, yet miraculously lasts 8. The only telethon that broadcasts in color, but when you're watching, you'd swear it's black and white. But I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight for the same reason everyone else is here tonight, our love of Israel. Am I right, people? Come on, you can do better than that. I know you're exhausted from all the... Yeah. I love Israel. I love Israel for so many reasons. One of the reasons is that my mother was born in Israel. Yes, she's here tonight with my dad. There they are. Nachas. She was born in Israel, but she moved to the United States when she was like 5 years old, to the Lower East Side, New York City. New York in the house? Yeah. But here's the thing about my mom. She considers herself to be a very proud Israeli, right? She always says to me, I'm a Sabra. And I'm like, Mom, you moved here when you were 5. You don't speak Hebrew. You don't even have an Israeli accent. You're not Israeli, you're just plain old Jewish, because there is a difference between Israelis and Jews, all right? Israelis fight back, okay? Israelis will return fire. Jews return merchandise. A lot of Israelis rightfully live on settlements. A lot of Jews live off settlements. That was for the lawyers. Thank you. Israelis, each and every one of them, gets drafted into the service. Jews complain about a draft to the service. Waiter, is there a vent open? I feel something blowing on my shoulder. How many people in this room tonight complained about the draftiness in this place? Am I right? It's a shanda. Yes. Wow, this is fun. Weird, but fun. Where are the Israelis tonight, by the way? Do we have... Oh, my Yes, I love Israelis. My favorite people are Israelis. Yes, I love you guys. Although I never know where I stand when I'm talking to an Israeli. Because here's the thing about them, they always sound annoyed. And they're the most amazing people, strong, resilient, and with everything they're up against, they're just so upbeat and positive, but they always sound annoyed, even about good things, like the weather. They'd be like, it's gorgeous outside, I don't believe it, take a look. And I'm always like, wait, are you mad that it's nice out? You're angry? What do you mean angry? I'm happy, the sun is shining, it's beautiful. Really? Because you're yelling at me, your eyebrows are furrowed, this doesn't look like happiness, I'm sorry. I love the Israeli people. I love how they end every sentence with a question, right? They'll come over to me after a show and be like, Ilan, you did funny show. No? What do you mean, it wasn't funny? No, this is what I'm saying. The people that were laughing. Yes? But you can't get a word in. When you're talking to Israelis, you cannot get a word in. It's unbelievable, right? Because Israelis will repeat words and phrases or your name over and over. It's always like, Ilan, 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 listen to me, 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 Ilan, 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 okay, 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 Ilan, Ilan, Raga, wait. That's what I love when they do that. Israelis will say a Hebrew word, thank you, people. They'll say a Hebrew word like 8 times, and then it's English translation 15 more times, right? They're always like, lo, no, bo, come. Efo, where? I could do that all night. Are we ready to start the concert, the music part of the evening? Are we ready, people? Yes? All right. Let me see this prompter situation so I can read their intro properly. Here we go, guys. Seriously, you ready to rock this house? I can't hear you. Okay. Our next act is Juke Vox. Yes. This certified kosher a cappella sextet was formed in July of 2011 right here in the DC area. They combine jazz with contemporary Jewish and secular tunes to produce a sound that will leave you saying, "Aka awesome." Let's give a big round of applause and welcome out our opening act. Give it up for Juke Vox. Come on, everybody. Let's hear it for him. Go get him, guys.
Hey, AIPAC, how you doing?
We love you, AIPAC!
We're so happy to be here, a part of a joining of 18,000 delegates in support of Israel in a night of Hebrew and Israeli culture and music. To lead off, our first song is L'chad Odi. It's a prayer put to the tune of Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. I hope you guys enjoy.
Shamor v'zachor v'diborecha ishmi'anu kel ha'miuchad Hashem echad u'shemo echad l'shem u'letiferet u'letihila L'chad Odi Likrat Kala Neshava Nekabela Torah אדוני לקראת קלה פני שבת נקבלה. אוי ושלום עטרת מעלה גם בשמחה וצהלה תוך אמונה הסגולה בואי חלה בואי חלה לך דודי לקראת קלה פני שבת נקבלה. לך דודי לקראת קלה פני שבת נקבלה. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, AIPAC. It really is great to be here once again. We are Juke Vox, certified Jewish kosher a cappella from Washington, D.C. Members of our group are Jordan, Adam, Debbie, Matt, Giorgio, and I'm Jeff. We're going to do one more number for you. We are warming up. There's a lot of great music ahead of you tonight. This is going to be a little Steve Miller and Leonard Skinner. So let's get rocking.
Sit around the house, get high, walks too. Decided to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. This where they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Yeah. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Yeah, yeah. Billy Mack, he loved to take down in Texas. You know we know just exactly what the facts is. He ain't gonna let those dudes get justice. He makes his living off of other people's taxes. By the suit, whoa, whoa, stepped away. Billy Joe caught up with him the very next day. They got the money, hey, you know they got away. They're headed down south and they're still running today. Saying, go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Oh yeah. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Yeah, yeah. Sweet home Yerushalayim, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Yerushalayim, Lord, I'm coming home to you. Home to you. Sweet home Yerushalayim, where the skies are so blue, are so blue. Sweet home Yerushalayim, yeah, Lord, I'm about coming home to you. Home to you. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Yeah, yeah. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Come on. Go on, take the money and run. Yeah, yeah. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run.
Thank you, Dad!
Thank you, AIPAC.
Thanks, AIPAC.
Enjoy the concert.
Let's hear it for Juke Vox, everybody. Come on. I can't hear you. Weren't they great? Wow, that was awesome. So I'm from Los Angeles. I'm originally from New York, but I live in LA now. Where's LA? LA in the house? There's my LA people. Yes. Well, LA, we know that we love our Israelis, our LA Israelis. And there are two kinds of LA Israelis, right? They're the kinds we all know, the high-tech geniuses, you know, the guys that are curing diseases. And then there's the other kind of Israeli LA guy, and those are the guys that are selling skincare products out of a kiosk in the mall. Not exactly the apple of their mother's eye, but listen, they're doing their best. There's nothing wrong with that. They're making a living. You ever experience these Israelis at the kiosk and you're buying? You ever experience that? It's the best thing because when you're bargaining with them, they do the entire negotiation. You just have to stand there and listen to them. It is a one-man negotiation, and they'll just come over to you. They'll be like, okay, listen to me. Okay, this here, $100, okay? $100, I give to you right now, 80. You take it for 80, right now, okay? I'll tell you what, I do even better. I do 2 for 60. You want 2? How many you need? How many you need? Only 1? Okay, I'll give you 3 for 40, okay? 3 for 4, or 4 for 30. You want 4? How many you need? You know this comes 5 in a pack. I give you the whole pack for $20 right now. I give you the whole pack, $20. You take it right now, okay? How much you have on you? Only 10? Okay, give to me, give to me, give to me. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. You know, I lose money on this, okay? I lose money. I make nothing. No Israeli has ever profited from any business interaction ever. And they love to tell you how much they're losing. They love to announce it. There's always a moment in the negotiation where they tell you how much it cost them. Do you know what this cost me? This is what I pay for this. You know what this cost me? What I pay? This is what I pay? You know what I you know what I pay for this? What I pay for this? What this cost me? You know what this cost me? What I pay? What I pay for this is more than I charge you. I make nothing on this. And I'm like, really? It's amazing how you've remained in business all these years. Well, I sell a lot. Plus, on the side, I drive Uber. How much fun is this? Are we having fun yet? We're having fun. I love performing for my people. I love my people. I also love the Gentile. Where are the non-Jews? Any non-Jews in the house? Welcome. Oh my God. Can I just say in all sincerity, we love you, Gentiles, for your support and friendship of Israel. We thank you. We appreciate you. We love you. Yes. You know, whenever I'm performing for non-Jewish audiences, I always like to tell them that Judaism is the only religion that doesn't try to recruit new members. Probably because we know we can't get any. I mean, what's the selling point there, exactly? What's the commercial for Judaism? Tired of that excess flap of skin on your schmeckel? Want to stop eating 3 of the most delicious foods on the planet? Bacon cheeseburgers and bacon double cheeseburgers? Or you're ready to give up eating altogether and enjoy partaking in one of our numerous fast days? Well, then Judaism's just for you. Do you crave persecution? Scapegoating, enslavement, and/or genocide? Want to be hated for controlling the banks and the media, yet you're in between sitcoms right now, so you got to schlep to DC, perform for a half-empty auditorium. But anyway, the point is, I love my Gentile people. I love them. I love them. They're different, though. Not better, not worse, just a bit different, right? Like, the Gentile motto is don't worry, be happy. Our motto is worry and don't be too happy, whatever you do. They have holidays like Good Friday. If that was one of our holidays, it'd be more like Not So Bad Friday, Could Be Worse Friday. I just got out of the hospital Friday. They're different. What? They're different than us. Is this happening now?
What? You told us to come back?
I think you were laughing on Israeli. Watch yourself.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, we're
love
going
you
to
too.
do this, but you're missing a few band members, right? Are we missing a few?
We're waiting for the drummer, but he went to
okay.
sleep.
All right. So I'll keep vamping. The difference. Think about the difference in how we celebrate New Year's and how they celebrate New Year's, right? They're out partying and drinking. We're in shul repenting and reflecting. Our New Year's is like everyone else's morning after New Year's, right? Like, oh my God, what have I done? Please forgive me. I'm a terrible person. I'm sorry. That's not at all distracting, by the way. It's not at all distracting.
He's trying
to
to.
my jokes. I'm trying to do jokes here. Yeah.
We lose the humor in the army.
Should I introduce them? All right, here we go. Who's ready to rock out again? All right.
Okay.
I'm going to read this.
We love you.
Let's
Who
bring
is
it
this
down a little
guy?
bit. Let's bring it down a little bit.
This amazing guy.
Stop feeling me up back there. Let's bring it down a little bit. Up.
They
The other
love
way,
you,
the
you
other way.
know.
Okay.
So love you.
All right, our next two performers are singer-songwriters who are teaming up this evening for an extra special performance you may recognize from the documentary Rock in the Red Zone, which tells the story of Sderot's flourishing rock scene. Let's make some noise for Avi, Vaknin, and Mika. Go get them, guys. Whoa.
Hey.
זה זמן לשיר, זמן לחיות, לצרוח מול כל העולם, עכשיו אני כאן. ללכת בשדרות, להיות גאה, לנער אבק ישן בגוף ולתת הכל. תעצרו את הזמן הזה, אני רוצה מהפכות בלב, להפיל מגדל באור היום ויהיה גיבור של יום חלום, יום חלום של יום חלום. ישן בגוף ולתת הכל. תעצרו את הזמן הזה, אני רוצה מהפכות בלב, אפיל מגדל באור היום ויהיה גיבור של יום חלום, יום חלום של יום חלום. זה זמן לשיר, זמן לחיות. Thank you.
The next song, it's called Little Side, הצד המואר. And I'd like you, please, to join me. Say, למרות הכל, נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. Well, I need your claps, please. את הצד המואר קשה לראות, יותר מדי מילים שמסתירות. ביני לבינך, בינו לבינה, אנחנו הר במישור בכי בשמחה. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. More claps, please. את הצד המואר קשה לראות, יותר מדי מילים שצועקות. דבר איתי, דבר איתה, דבר יפה דברים של חוכמה. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. I want to hear you now, למרות הכל. You are singing with us. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. את הצד המואר קשה לראות, חשוך וקר בים של חומות. את הצד המואר שלי ושלכם אפשר להדליק, בואו נדליק באהבה. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. Please take your cell phone and light the orb, light the shine, light it. Yeah. למרות הכל, everybody. Yeah, it's beautiful. נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. More lights. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא וטוב. למרות הכל נדלק עלינו אור. השמיים בכחול, עולם מלא. Thank you. תודה רבה. וטוב.
Thank you very much. תודה רבה.
Mika, let's hear it for them, guys. Avi and Mika, awesome, guys. Rocks, really sounded great. That was great. All right, folks, you ready to keep this moving? All right, our next act is Zusa. Yes, that's right. A world soul band that focuses on the Hasidic musical style known as nigun, wordless melody. Their music seeks to inspire people of all backgrounds and faiths to live with intention, meaning, and love. ladies and gentlemen, they've been called the future of Jewish music by the Jerusalem Post. Let's welcome back, everybody, Zusa! Come on up here, guys.
Our friend Alicia just got engaged.
Hey, Simen Tov u'Mazel Tov. Simen Tov u'Mazel Tov. Simen Tov u'Mazel Tov. Yelanu. It was one couple who saved the Jewish people by Purim. It was Esther and Mordechai. So, Bezrat Hashem, one couple to save us now. We need a lot of saving. Ana Hashem, tzlichana. Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Hey Ani Ma'amin, Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Hey Ani Ma'amin. Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Ani Ma'amin. Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Ani Ma'amin.
Let's hear Washington, come on.
Da 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 da. Da 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 I'll be Torah Israel. Da 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 Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Ani Ma'amin. Bevias HaMashiach, Bevias HaMashiach, Ani Ma'amin, Ani Ma'amin.
Okay, okay.
First and foremost, we're about peace and love.
And like Martin Luther King once said, hate does not drive out hate, but love does. And so I want to give us a blessing to be ohev shalom v'rodef shalom, to love peace and chase after peace, and not be of those who are bashing or smashing, or saying bad things. We should be saying good things. You don't help by saying bad things.
Amen. Good Purim. Happy Purim, everybody.
Purim, Shanizka.
Yeah, if you're going to be in New York for Purim, we got a big show coming up, Brooklyn Bowl. It's going to be awesome. Thank you very much, Washington. We love you.
Infinite blessing.
Let's hear it for Zusa, everybody. Yeah. By the way, who's excited about the big holiday of Purim? All right, I got to keep this moving. We have co-headliners here tonight, and we're very excited about these next few acts. The next performer is the first co-headliner act this evening. She is a Grammy Award-winning violinist and a Goodwill Ambassador of Music for the United Nations. Her unique sound revolutionizes music by fusing classical hip-hop, R&B, don't block my, and dance music. She has collaborated with artists such as Alicia Keys, Donna Summer, John Legend, Jay-Z, and Kanye. Let's get very excited. Everybody excited? Come on, we're gonna do this. Ladies and gentlemen, Miri Ben-Ari.
How's everybody doing tonight? Thank you.
Dim the lights.
AIPAC, make some noise! Thank you. So how's everybody doing tonight? No, AIPAC, we can do way better than that. How's everybody feeling tonight? I am so happy to be here, really. You know, I was watching some of the people's story today, not the politicians, that exhausted me, seriously. But I was inspired by the people and Israeli initiatives and beautiful people from the beautiful country of Israel and their stories. You know, when I was listening to those stories, I was watching the big screen backstage. I felt very, very proud to be Israeli. A lot of people, especially here in America, think that I'm an American artist. And I am, except I actually, by virtue, some type of an AIPAC. I'm kind of the relationship between Israel, because I was raised and born in Israel. And I was introduced to the scene by Kanye West, by Jay-Z, you know what I'm saying, by Wyclef Jean. And so I started my career as the hip-hop violinist. So because I saw that we got a lot of people that like to dance in the house, I saw you. First I'm gonna fix my monitor. I'm gonna get some violin in the monitor so I can have fun on stage right here. And how many hip-hop fans we got in the house? Whoa. All right, check this out. I got something really special for you right now. You ready? Let's do it.
Yo, what's up? This is Vaknin School. Right now, you're about to witness a musical event like no other. Introducing Miri Ben-Ari, the hip-hop violinist. Vaknin School. Let's go.
Think we can do it again. Twister, Kanye West, from Pope Pippin to Papa Tag, from champions to slow jam. Oh baby, we can even make you an overnight selector. Know what I'm saying? Come on.
Thank you. Thank you. The next song I would like to dedicate to all the ladies in the house. You know, a lot of people talked about all the beautiful things in Israel, but no one mentioned the beautiful ladies. I tell you, as an Israeli woman, I think that Israel got some of the best women to represent Israel. They're beautiful, they're independent thinkers, and they're very, very representative and well-spoken when it comes to our country. And I am humbled to belong to this beautiful group of Israeli women. So, this song was the Song of the Year in Trance Music a year ago. I was featured by a DJ by the name of Armin van Buuren. You guys are familiar with his work? How many of you know Armin? We got to perform this one at the Garden and on tour in Europe. And I'm here with you tonight. I would like to give a big shout out to AIPAC and all the people that put this night together. I know that there was a lot going on, but this is a beautiful thing to celebrate. I got my management here, my manager Josie Sejor right here with me. Yeah, Josie. I got Alexei behind the soundboard. The mayor of Jersey City, my friend Stephen Phillip, is right here in the house. Another big support of Israel. Intense. Let's go. for Israel. Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you. Shalom. Todah.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you. Miri Ben-Ari, let's hear it for her, everybody. Wow. Now there's a fiddler I'd want on my roof. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. Can we do this now? Can we go into the audience for a second? Yeah, my favorite thing about arenas are that kiss cam. You know that we did it earlier, right? I want to do something a little different. I want to do something called shidduch cam. When you see the two of you on the big screen, you just have to get married. That's it. We got a lot of students here. It means you're meant to be. So let's get some music pumping, and let's start the shidduch cam. Here we go. Let's see who we have here. Let's do it. Okay, right there. All right, that's good. We could do that. Some music. You two, yeah. Do it. Make out. Who else? I want another shidduch. There we go. I have a feeling they're already together. Yep, they barely kissed each other. They're together. How about this? There we go. A new one. Another shidduch. Oh, isn't that nice? All right, take it. Get a room, pal. Take it easy. Here we go. Oh, God. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Who else do we have? How about these guys? Yeah, make it happen. Oh, how romantic. Oh, a threesome. All right, good. Oh, oh God. Oh, God. He's proposing. To which one exactly are you proposing? She said yes. Mazel tov. Here we go. Put the phone down and start kissing. Let's do this. All right. How are you, sir? Which one of these lovely ladies would you like to be your bashert? Sir, anyone? Is he here? Are you with us? There he is. No kissing? All right. Rabbi, welcome. Hey, take it easy. Where's that mechitza when you need it? Who else do we have here? Oh, look at them, a cute couple. Nothing? Nothing. All right, we're not kissing. And these two guys. Yeah. Let's make it happen. No? On the cheek? All right, how about them? Yes, there we go. Who else do we have here? Oh, it's a cute couple. Yeah, what are you pointing to? Just kiss or propose? No? Are you brother and sister? What's the problem? What? Oh, she's married. All right, stay far away, sir. We don't do that here at AIPAC. We don't endorse that. There we go. There's a nice happy couple. Let's do a little kiss if you're already married. There you go. Isn't that nice? Who else do we have? These two guys. Don't punch. All right. Wow. Wow. Isn't it nice to watch a first kiss from a guy that never got kissed? Anyway, oh, look at them. There you go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's PG-13. Take it easy. We've got students here. All right, there we go. Thank you, that was nice. How about you guys? You assume you're married? You're married? Yeah? Kiss your wife, your beautiful wife. There you go. Happy anniversary. Mazda, what about this? He's way too eager. I don't think she's interested, though. Let's be honest. She was pushing him away, practically. And this nice couple, let's kiss. You guys married? All right. How long you married? Put out your hands, finger. 10 years, 9. Oh, only she knows. Don't listen to him. He has no idea. What is it? Do it again. 37 miles. Here we go. You're a little young, but all right. This is his bar mitzvah, I think, at this point. Oh my God! Look at that. Look what's that. There you go. You got it. Who else do we have? How much fun is this? Shidduch cam. Okay. 2 women. I'm not sure, but that's fine with me. Whatever you got to do. There you go. All right, there's a guy that's trying to get in on this. There you go. This is the together cam. I like this. And we're almost ready for the show. He's reading. That's very nice. He brought reading material to one of the coolest shows I've ever been to. And what are you reading exactly? Let's make it happen. All right. What else? What else do we have? Who else do we have here? They look very serious. How you doing? Oh, that's sweet. Father and son, very nice. And just a guy. Just a guy. A guy who's alone. What happened? Where'd everybody go? There you go. Oh, very nice. It's much more exciting when you're on TV and the arena's filled, isn't it? Very nice. Are we almost ready here, guys? Are we good? Here we go. All right, let's keep vamping here. Okay. We'll take a picture. Sure, I'm not busy. We'll take a picture. The phone's, it's out of battery. All right. All right. Who else? I'm married. I can't kiss people except her. How are you guys? Let's do a selfie. Yeah, ready. All right, we'll do it in a minute. Here we go, guys. This is your big co-headliner here. This is your last act. We are so excited about this. Are you guys ready? Are we ready, guys? All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Holy Land, they need no introduction. Miri Ben-Ari, let's hear it for him.
אדוני, מסתובב ברחוב, כמו אין לך עיניים, תסתכל גם אני, קיים פה לידך, ביחד זה שתיים, אלוהים הוא מעל, ואנחנו כאן הורסים את הסדר, בלי אולי בלי אבל, זה רק בנו, שיהיה פה בסדר, כן הזמן פה קצר, ומלאכה רבה, קיימת בדרך, כי מפה ועד שם, רק לא לעצור, תמשיך את הדרך, האמת הנמצא, וזה תמיד קיים לאן שנגיע, קח עיניים סביבך ותקבל שזה יא וכשהוא בא תמיד הוא בא בזמן לפעמים עצבני בשני העולמות מגשר על הפער הנחמד בכל זה שכך זה מעניין לדעת הרגע תן להיות עם הכל ולעשות עניין וכזה צבע וצבע, זה אולי בראשי, שפה הכל הפוך, ואין פה שום סדר, הנכון לא קיים, אינטרסים של ממון ואי-צדק, הנסתר ובכל, מה שצריך לקרות יקרה בכל דרך, מה נשאר פה לשאול, רק לקבל, שזה וכשהוא בא, בדיוק בא בזמן. Thank you very much. שמתקיים והשני שמתבלבל ובאותו רחוב גרים את אותה סמטה חולקי כל הזמן זה קיים ובשני זה נעלם ולא עוד זה לא עוצר באותו מקום תמיד זה חוזר הנה שוב מגיע הנה שוב נדן השני מופיע בתפייה זה נעלם ומבט אל פנים התליות הזה קיים את ככה דורת עם מאמרים שוב מכאן איך זה אחד תמיד אומר והשני ישר סותר את מה שיש לו להגיד וזה הפחד שמעיד שפעמה לא כזאת וזה בטוח כבר לא סוף אבל אני מודה שאני וזה לא כזה ענייני ולהסכים הנה שוב מגיע הנה שוב נדן השני מופיע תוך שנייה זה נעלם ומבט אל פנים הדלות הזה קיים אני ככה דורות עם מאמרים שוב מכאן והשני ישר פוסל באבן דמותו הוא בטוח ששלו מה שכאן יבוא הזמן יבוא הקל לשטוף אותם לאותו מקום שניהם ילכו אותה רוח שרוחשת בקרבה הנה שוב מגיע הנה שוב נדע השני מופיע תוך שנייה זה נעלם זה מבט אל פנים התדירות הזה קיים את ככה דורות עם מאמרים שוב מכאן Thank you very much. It's really, really great to come till here and to feel one with you and for all your support into Israel. Thank you very much for this. הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא, מסתכל לך בעיניים כמה דרך עברה, ואת עוד פה בינתיים, ואם את ליבך הוא ימצא, החזיר אותו בשני ידייך, הוא עייף למסע, וצמאו למים, הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא, 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 הנה, הנה הוא בא, והחלום מתעתע בך, כמה יפה, הוא רק רוצה לאהוב אותך, את אוספת שבעים, שחלומות מלופצים כן על פנייך דמעה, שפה מול שפה, זה הרגש מרגישו, אחד את השני, קרוב בכפתוחה, מבקשים רק לאהוב עמוק, עמוק, כמאור ציפור משם, נולדה לתקווה, מהקרבה, הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא, 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 מלאכים עולים, עולים, שומעים אותנו, צוחקים, בורחים, מה שאנחנו, אחד לבד, מה בליבנו רוצים אותה, הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא, 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 והחלום מתעתע בך, כמה יפה, הוא רק רוצה לאהוב אותך, את אוספת שבעים, שהחלומות מלופצים כאן על פנייך דמעה, שפה מול שפה, זה הרגש מרגישו, אחד את השני, קרוב בתחתוכה, מבקשים רק לאהוב עמוק, עמוק, כמאור ציפור משם, נולדה לתקווה, מהקרבה, הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא, 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 מלאכים עולים, עולים, שומעים אותנו, צוחקים, בורחים, מה שאנחנו, אחד לבד, מה בליבנו רוצים אותה, הנה, הנה, הנה הוא בא. Trumpet to our tour. סקסופון עופר מאיר אלכוהולי. You feel to sing a little, just a little. Let's see how it's working. It was alright, you know? But just alright. I think we can do it better. What you say, Piloni?
They forgot the Israeli hummus.
Yes, I think. A little more from the stomach. Let's see how it's working. זה הזמן להמשיך וללכת ולהתקלט ולהגיד בחוץ של הרגעים הארוכים והאלו תוצרים. בלעדיך זה לא מרגיש תוך המבין מסריח. ולכי תהיה את הדרך מיד וביחד נמצא את הערך. את הזמן הקרב אל תעצור. 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 It doesn't matter what that's so. Hey, it doesn't matter. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי להרים, מאין יבוא עזרי. עזרי עם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל יתן לעמוד רגליך. ינום שומרך, הנה לא ינום ולא יישן, שומר ישראל. השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך. יומם השמש לא יכה כאן, והריח בלילה. השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך. השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ועד עולם. מעתה ועד. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי להרים, מאין יבוא עזרי. עזרי עם השם, עושה שמיים בארץ. אל תיתן לעמוד רגליך, אל ינום שומרך. הנה לא ינום ולא יישן, שומר ישראל. השם שומרך, השם צילך, על יד ימינך. יומם השמש לא יכה כאן, והריח בלילה. השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך. השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי. Thank you. איך שלא מסתכל, וזה תמיד מבלבל, איך תמיד זה גונב אותי. הימים כך חולפים, וכבר עונים בפנים, את השנים שעברו. זה עולם גאיו, הכל הכסף מעניין, לפעמים זה עוטף אותי. בין נכון או נכון, אני לא רוצה שנייה, וכל מה שדורש אבל תמיד כשאני צולל לתוך עיניי אל המתוק של שפתיי ותמיד תמיד אחזור לשורותיי כן נכון שבין ידיי ונעשה זה בימים, זה לא מרפה בשנים, לפעמים זה דוחף אותי. הדברים משתנים עליו כל מה שלפני, ותוך תדעו שהוא עומד. בלילות זה עוטף, ובימים שהוא בודק, הניצוץ מסנוור אותי. או יש לים מתוקה, עוד שקר בר מגיע, כל כך צרה יפה. אבל תמיד כשאני צולל לתוך עיניי אל המתוק שבשפתיי ותמיד תמיד אחזור לשורותיי כן נכון שבין ידיי ונעשה The next song I was write when I was 20 years old, and I still sing it. So it's Miri Ben-Ari, but I hope one day I can put this song on the side and never sing it again. יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. יבוא שלום עלינו, עוד יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם, סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם. שלום עלינו ועל כולם. עוד יבוא שלום עלינו, עוד יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם, סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם. שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. עוד יבוא שלום, עוד יבוא שלום, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם, סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם. שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. עוד יבוא שלום, עוד יבוא שלום, עוד יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם, סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם. יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. עוד יבוא שלום, יבוא שלום, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם, סלאם עלינו ועל כל העולם. סלאם, סלאם. יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו, יבוא שלום עלינו ועל כולם. Thank you very much. Good night. Thank you.
Encore. I don't know if we have time. Do we have time for an encore? We don't. Sorry, guys, but how about another hand for Miri Ben-Ari, everybody? Yeah. Thank you guys for coming out. Come back next year to the policy conference. Chag Sameach, Am Yisrael Chai. We'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. And please exit up the stairs and out the door. Everyone exit up the stairs and out the door. Good night.